Okay, good morning, folks. Back again. Hopefully for a little longer than we did last night. Although last night was kind of weird. I was falling asleep, and I had to stop painting for a while. Tried to go to bed, didn't work. Came back, not filmed, and finished my Turkish guy. So we now have 2 Turks done, and didn't take that long. I really wish I could make this text bigger. Maybe I need to look into that today. How I can make this text box bigger so I don't have to put my glasses on every time I look at a comment. I'm not sure if there's a way to do that. I don't really need to look at the screen because it's happening live here. So, and it's none of these little, none of those little buttons right there. So I'm not sure what I can't move this window and make it bigger. I can make it bigger, but I can't make the text bigger. Maybe, hold on. Persistence is the key to victory. Let's see, total time, send feedback, top chat, what do we got here? Let's see if I can make this bigger. Well, that's just spinning and not doing anything. Edit, no. Dashboard, nope, don't need that. Alright, well, it got bigger. How about if I do this? How about if, good lord, there's a lot of paints out here. There's like 12 colors out here. I guess we got to start. Let's go ahead and get that over with. And then I'm going to move the computer closer to me and see if that won't do it. Because I don't even get a notification or anything that somebody posted something. I just kind of look over and like, oh, there's a new icon I hadn't seen before. I wonder who that is. And let's get rid of some of these suspects over here. Usual suspects of color. And then we'll get started. I'd like to finish. I would have liked to finish them all last night. I know that that's not realistic. I would like to finish both of these next guys today. I don't know if that's realistic either. But we're not going to start anything new until this is complete. Because otherwise, you don't have anything to show for it. Sat around and spun your wheels, you would have been better off doing something else. I actually like those pink colors. They're kind of unique. I don't know where I read that, but somewhere in the Middle East, I was reading that pink was like a manly color. And I'm not saying that because you need to have your guys painted completely pink, but it wasn't a sissy color, as many would associate with it. I'm still not wearing pink pants, though. It's way over the top. All right. This is a little bit more reasonable. I'll see if I can pull this computer. It's my left hand over here, which doesn't do much for me. It holds my watch. That's about it. I'm extremely right-handed. You can see a little bit of the computer there on the screen. Can I make out any... No, I still can't. I would have to get in like... Oh, I guess I can look at it. You'll just see my big fat head. Although I shouldn't call it that. My head's not necessarily the fat part of me, but let's try that. Let's try that today. See how it works. See if you guys can stand it. I'm just getting tired of taking my glasses on and off. we need to lose this. All right, next Turk. We have a yellowish colored horse and a brown colored horse. And again, I posted pictures of these guys on the two Facebook sites and on my Facebook page as well, if you guys follow me on Facebook. But they never do justice. The pictures just don't turn out when you end up sealing these guys. They look so much better. I don't know. It's the magic of sealing them. I just know that after doing this many figures, I know I'm looking at those guys. I'm like, yeah, they'll look good, even though I'm not 100% convinced on how they look. I know that they will go that extra mile when they get sprayed and sealed. They're just dull. It just brings all the colors together. So I think I first discovered that when I'm like, I'm done with these guys. I don't give a shit how they look. I forget who it was. And then I sealed them. I'm like, holy crap, they look great. Or I should say, I'm really happy with them. That's what's important, is that the creator is happy with their creation so that they will continue to create more. Otherwise, I'd just go do something else. And these are a one-piece casting. All 4 figures are exactly the same. Just happen to be the guys that I had. I picked up a bunch of these museum miniatures at Historicon. Last time they had it in July, so what would that be? 2019? Like $1 a pack or something like that. They wanted to get rid of them. And I bought a shitload of them. So. All right, let's do a really dark brown color. That calls for that SS Camo Black, as it likes to be called. And let's see it up here. Let me make sure of that. Okay. What's this thing? It says Neo. Capture a replay. No, we don't need that. We're good. What else we got here? I really need to tinker this stuff, but I'm just don't have the mindset really to. I'm not a tech person. I shouldn't say that. I'm not interested by tech. I'm not interested in technology. I'm not. They're like, hey, there's a new program that does this, that, or the other. I'm not interested in that. Because as soon as I figure out how to use it, they'll play the shell game, and that doesn't work anymore. So they did it to themselves. I'm not one of those folks that's technology driven. It's honestly, it's a miracle. Well, it's a testament to how easy some things can be that I'm even able to do this, because it was just trial and error. Because I'm not one of those people that can figure out when the Wi-Fi goes out what I need to do. That's not where my strengths lie. This guy's going to be the guy wearing green, by the way. Lightish pastel type green, not, down green. I think the drippings are in this other one. I'm getting close to it. I'm going to have to order another one of those Vallejo airbrush thinners. You go from, I don't know what I'm going to use this product for that I bought by mistake. Kind of by mistake. I bought it for a different purpose and didn't use it for that. To Man, this stuff is great. I need more. Good problem to have, I guess. Yeah, I guess I've used about half of it. Most of it evaporated, but could probably figure out how to make my own, but all right, let's try it for the first time. Kevin, good morning. There we go. Didn't have to put my glasses on. If I had just done this, if I had the capability to do this 10 years ago, I could just be painting with my contacts in, and then I'd be able to see, you know, the screen perfectly, but could be worse. I could have been born in a time when there was no air conditioning. No, thank you. As I like to say, I can live without power. I just got to have air conditioning. I don't like being sweating when I'm not doing anything. Kevin, what are you working on these days? You painting while we do all this extracurricular talking? I know there's probably like a 20 or 30-second delay by the time you... What I've seen from other people, I've tried to comment on other stuff, there's like a 20 or 30-second delay on by the time they hit enter on their comments and it comes out, so... I get it, it's happened to me before. It's actually pretty frustrating. I'm not sure there's anything you can do about it. I'm not sure why that delay's in there. Whether it's a delay to make sure if somebody, you know, does something they shouldn't on the internet, or it's time for the internet to shut it down. You know, like somebody blows their head off or something like that. Like, whoa, shut that channel down before that happens. Not so much painting. Okay. Well, whatever it is you're doing, welcome back. I have I've done stuff around the house and had a show on, a live show. It's just never know what they're gonna talk about. You know, hobby show. A hobby show. This didn't really mix very well, did it? No. Sugar-free, fat-free stuff mixes weird. Oh, I bought this creamer, and I'm really happy with it. I normally don't take any cream in the coffee, and certainly no sugar. It just slows me down, so to speak. But lately, I've just felt like I've been self-poisoning myself by drinking some of this black coffee. And I'm like, well, let's lighten it up a little bit. So I don't order it with stuff in it. I just order it black, and I'll put the stuff in it on the side. Otherwise, you get less coffee. Expensive enough as it is, but I thought about getting one of these last night, but I needed to get some sleep, so I probably went to bed close to 10 and overslept an hour. I woke up and I'm like, well, how come my alarm hasn't gone off? Oh, because I must have turned it off already. Oh well. Me sleeping in is waking up at 5:38. Any paintings for D&D 25 millimeter? Do they still make 25 millimeter figures, or is it that's just kind of ingrained in our psyche that it is they're all 28s? You just had a comic book convention, had a good time. Well, that's cool. Good. We need to get back to normal. Good thing about going to a comic book. I was never into comic books, but cool thing about comic books is you go to a comic book convention, you could be the coolest guy there. I'm fine. I'm fine with people being nerdy. It's just weird when you're playing something like a role-playing game and the people can't turn it off when they cross the street. You know what I'm saying? We're all intellectual to one degree or another. You know, we're not rock stars. But yeah, turn that shit off when you go back in the real world, you know? Somebody's gonna put you on TikTok. It was one of my favorite videos of all time. Not of all time. It's not like I've seen that many, but I came across it. It was many years ago. It's probably 10 years old or older. And there was this, they had that, what was the name of that? Triumph. The little puppet dog that they had on Conan. Went to a opening of a Star Wars movie, and everybody was in costume and shit and acting in character, and it was just, that's what I mean. Don't be like that, okay? It's okay to be, you know, it's okay to enjoy our nerdy pursuits, but turn that shit off, man. When you get off in the real world, man, you're gonna scare the children. And my daughter still won't go to a game store with me. She's like, man, those people are scary. And she's like, yeah, some of them are. I was going to say, act like you act at work, but that's probably not a good thing either, because I'm sure some people act that way at work. We have a gaming con coming up called Maricopa Con. Maricopa County, right? Isn't that where that sheriff is from? Everybody knows who he is. I don't know much about him other than I've heard the Maricopa. Yeah. Let's get back to cons and stuff. People need distractions. None of this go to work and then all the pleasure things you want to do, they're closed down. And you said miniatures for D&D. That's how I'd play. If I was going to play a role-playing game, I want a figure representing whoever I am. And then we can move around on the board. And the board, it can be one of those dry erase mats. It's not a big deal. It's, you know, it'd be nice with terrain and everything, but you know, that's a big ask for somebody running the game. But get one of those, you know, grease pencils or whatever, and then you could see what the positioning is between the figures. Not like, you know, the guy describing the scenario and one person is imagining one thing and someone's imagining something else. That's just the idea of that just seems really unappealing to me. It may work for other people, but not going to get me involved in that. But the miniatures, yeah, that's how I would do it, you know. And probably okay if they weren't painted, you know? Just something to give some kind of visual distance. Sheriff Arpio. Okay. Is Maricopa the county that Phoenix and Scottsdale and all that are in? Let's go look. I think it's huge. I think it's huge, but I've never looked at it. It's not my responsibility. It's not my state. Maricopa County. Oh, that's pretty big. That's a pretty big county. Is Scottsdale in there? Is Scottsdale farther out? I mean, I don't know shit about. Scottsdale's not near Phoenix. What am I smoking? Is it? Oh, Scottsdale. Yeah, Scottsdale's inside the loop. Okay, so that's just a suburb of Phoenix. Got it. Man, that picture looks dry, arid. Cool. I thought Scottsdale was further out. Well, I don't know these things. I don't look at a map of Arizona. I've only been to Arizona one time. The plane landed on our way to Salt Lake City. I remember we landed at night, and the captain said the temperature was 88 degrees. And I was floored. Obviously that it was that hot at night. And it wasn't the summer either. It was like spring break. If I'm going to move somewhere else, it's going to be cooler. Like, I went out to get coffee this morning, and I don't know what the temperature was, but it was hot. It was hot, and the sun wasn't even out. And that isn't always the case, but that was the case this morning. I don't like it. Like I said, I don't like being outside and sweating because I'm outside. If you're out doing yard work, sure. If you went to the gym, sure. But just sitting around, just dripping sweat, not a fan of that. All right, let's look at our greens. Let's look at our green candidates. I like the view at night from a plane. I'm always trying to figure out what I'm looking at. I hate flying. I absolutely hate flying. I'm terrified. I'm terrified. It's very surreal. I'm not terrified of terrorism. I'm terrified of just a freaking steel bird in the sky. And I had a flight where it was really bad turbulence when I was really young. Obviously, nothing happened, but it kind of scarred me. People are scared of different things. Ocean, I'm not scared of the damn ocean. Now, if I was in like a North Atlantic gale or something like that when I was a kid, yeah, I'd be afraid of the ocean. But I wasn't. But I do not like to fly because it's scary as shit, but I also look out the window. It's not like, I got my head between the legs or I get airsick. I don't get airsick. I got a pretty much steel cast iron stomach. All right, so here is our colors. I think we're going to go with green sky, or at least start with that. It's going to be watery as hell. This is like Western Approach's green. If you guys know what that is, then you'll do okay on the quiz. I like those Western approaches paint schemes. Yeah. Only thing I know about Arizona is one of my favorite bands is from that area that you're from. One day I'm not much of a groupie. You know, I'm like, I've been to concerts. I've been to concerts in a long time, but they're from that area. Is that going to be enough? We'll see. I get really crazy and mix it with this dark brown as the darker. I might just do that just to see what it looks like. You know? Too similar to it. That almost looks like part of pistachio chocolate chip or something like that melted. We don't want to use this brush. This brush is special details only. Special details only. Let's see if I can read this thing. We have a saying, the good thing about Arizona is the weather. The bad thing about Arizona is the weather. That's, I think I've said that recently about Florida. I'm pretty sure everybody has a problem with the weather everywhere they are. I think I'd probably like the weather in, say, some place like Northern California, and then hate everything else about the place. So, maybe complaining about the weather is not so bad. I don't know what color I'm going to make the last guy, predominantly. We'll figure it out when we get there. These guys should be fairly fun. There's small figures, like even the horse and everything. They're really small, so should have plenty of space on that light horse stand to put two of them on there, and then not bump into each other. You could put them in some dynamic poses and be okay. Nothing absurd, but something. They're not going to be both facing exactly straight forward, equally distanced from everything. A reporter once wrote that in January people would watch the Fiesta Bowl on TV and see everyone in shorts, then look out the window, see a foot of snow. You guys have some extreme weathers in different part of the state. Weather in our state's about the same all the way around. Sometimes it'll be cool here and hot down in Miami, but for a shape that's relatively long, for a state that's relatively long, we have pretty consistent weather throughout the state. Unlike, say, somewhere like Rhode Island, it's, the size of a postage stamp, and you would expect something like that to happen. Let's lighten this up a little bit more. This thinner is really hard to describe. It's this very different experience if I was using water instead of this thinner to paint. The water almost dilutes the color, and this dilutes the color. The water almost washes it away. So, and it keeps the paint from sticking onto the brush and clumping it up. It's really that more than anything else. It's a declumper. And it makes the layers a little bit more watered down, so you get a smoother transition between colors. This is what I do, I guess. This is what I've turned into. Have a hard time describing it to people, though. It's probably the same way a musician feels when they just do. You just do it. Don't talk about it, just do it. Let's see what we got here. You can snow ski in the morning, water ski in the afternoon, not leave the state. Yeah. You guys have a big state, too. People don't realize it. That's a big squarish guess generically squarish. The bottom of it's less square than the top. Good morning, Dirk. Or good evening to you. These are the other Turks. The Turks that came first. The Seljuk Turks. Which is, I have enough figures to do a Seljuk Turk army. Just Luke decided to buy a Seljuk Turk army. It was for sale. You know, these non-painters, they have to buy whatever it is that's available for sale, you know. I may still do them at some point. I like that list that has the cataphracts in there, the Agulani. And cataphract guys armed with maces. Whack, 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 whack. I think I got some Persian guys that from Roundway that fit the bill pretty well. And I could probably use these two stands to start using them. Of course, then I've got to base them the same. Use the same basing color. I could probably deal with that. It's not like I dislike this basing color. I just decided to do something a little different. Arid-like. It actually has no grass in it. No static grass. Let's go a little bit more. Got to be careful. White's very powerful. Just a little bit, it goes a long way. Could just put stripes on this guy. Let's try doing a couple, see how that looks. These guys wore pattern shit, so. A little bit more contrast than that. Just a hint of a pattern. Just something to mix it up a little bit other than just the standard. Let's not forget to do the inside of his arm. Boy in the striped pajamas. You guys see that? That was a crazy ending. Oh, let's do a little down here. Just kind of give the idea, the impression that that's what's going on. Let's see how he matches up with these other guys. So the purple dude. Yeah. Just kind of give the impression that's what's going on there. Be really subtle anyways. You can't paint every single line in there because, you know, the material's all ruffled up anyways. Arizona's larger reservations. I find that so weird. That's so strange. I mean, we have them here in Florida, but man, they're in forgotten places that you have no reason to go to. And they're not huge. I find it so strange that there can be these other societies that aren't completely separate, not completely separated, but they're separate. Oh, really? I just put this down and it's already bubbling up. Yeah. It's the fan. Oh well. Gotta have the fan. All right. Let's go ahead and do his bow. Yeah, I don't come in contact with any of that stuff. I don't do anything even remotely gambling wise. I can't even gamble playing DBA. It's just not my personality. There we go. I don't even like taking risks playing DBA, where there's nothing to win, nothing to lose. Other than your pride, if applicable. If applicable. Yeah. We'll see how this guy looks with all the accoutrements that get put on there. I don't worry about too much about mixing yellow colors with black. It doesn't make that much of a difference if you cover most of it up anyways. So there's no reason to pull another color out here just to mix it in and make it disappear. So with bows and stuff like that, I don't bother. Occasionally I do, but I'm fine using black as the darkener. Comic books. Speaking of comic books, I've never been into comic books, but I can appreciate some of the art. Some of the art I just don't like, but some of the art I do. As a matter of fact, there is an artist And I find those comic book artists are extremely talented. Not all of them. There's one artist in particular. His name escapes me. And I'm not sure if all of their artwork is stuff that I like. But they contracted him, and I don't know if he specifically made it for the theme park, or they put some of his artwork on kind of on the backdrop of the Universal Studios. Universal Studios here is split in two. There's just the standard Universal Studios, and then there's what they call Islands of Adventure. And they're side by side. You can actually travel between them if you've got a pass that does both of them. And they have one section of the Universal Islands of Adventure. It's called Superhero Island. And they call them islands because there's water that flows between them, but you know, it's not like you got to take a tram or a boat between them or anything like that. You just walk from one to the other. They're just subdivided. So they've got one area, it's the Harry Potter one and Dr. Seuss land. They've got one that's like Greek myth, the Superhero Island, and then they've got the one that's has like the Jurassic Park and the King Kong thing on it at one and on the same one. I guess the adventure whatever. But the Superhero Island, they have these big like backdrops of comic book covers, or not necessarily covers, but characters, and the artwork is just fabulous. I really, really, really like it. Not into comic books, not really into superheroes, but really, really like that. And I don't know what the guy's name is. I don't know if all of his artwork is that way. I looked him up one time. I want to say his name is Adam something or another. Starts with a K. I'll find out who it is right now. And I really like the artwork, at least of his, that's there at that location. So I'm gonna go Google Foo. Universal Island. God, I can't type left-handed. Islands of Adventure. Superhero Island comic artist. Adam something or another. I want to say he's the son of another guy. There was also a let's see. Disney acquisition of Marvel. Disney just needs to be put out of their misery. They're just involved in all kinds of shit that they shouldn't be involved in. What happened to this non-compete thing I thought we had in this country? Monopolies are bad. No matter who's running the monopoly. Can't see there who it is. Adam Kubert. Marvel illustrator Adam Kubert. I don't know if I like all of his stuff. It might just be because a lot of it depends on how it's done and what media it's put on. Because, depending if you do it on paper, something looks different than if you look at, glossy or whatever. Let's look at Adam Kubert, Kubert, art. And let's see what his stuff looks like. Yeah, see, this stuff's all over the place. But the stuff they have at Superhero Island looks really freaking good. Yeah, some of this stuff has too much shadow for my taste, but Adam Kubert art, Superhero Island. Yeah, I specifically like the one that's the Fantastic Four. I think the Fantastic Four one they did is freaking awesome. It's there. Yeah, look that up if you get a chance there, Kevin. Look up Adam Kubert Art Superhero Island, and it's freaking awesome. And I'm not even into comic books. I'm not even into comic books, and I can greatly appreciate that stuff. Yeah. A couple years ago, and I don't really know exactly how we got into it. It probably had to do something with the daughter being into superheroes. Not that she's really into superheroes, but she watched them all, and I never grew up with them or anything. We had war movies and shit like that to do. But she got into the superheroes and knew all about them and stuff like that. So I hadn't seen any of the superhero movies, really, other than Batman. That's probably about it. The first X-Men, didn't like it back in the day. So I started watching them again. I watched them all with my daughter. She kind of watches them all and everything. And I'm like, we decided to give the HeroClix game a try. And I have several of them. And I don't like the idea of the game for, gambling. Like, let me buy 10 packs and see who I get. But I think the game has a lot of potential. I really want to paint. I really want to paint some of them. I really want to paint some of the figures. I think they would paint up great. But again, I don't need more painting projects than I already have. But the game, I think, is actually okay if you made some house rules for. I don't know if you've ever played it or not, but you need some house rules to randomize who goes next because it's way too predictable. It's very much I go, you go, if I remember correctly. We have a restaurant here with comic book theme. Okay. And I've got, I don't know, 30 or 40 of them or whatever, but. And we played them with Mitch and so forth, and Luke has a whole bunch. He bought them on eBay, and I think that's part of the fun is trying to find out how much they. There's actually a store in Jacksonville. You can go and buy them individually. I think they're like $1 a piece, just to repaint them. But I don't want to go there. I mean, I guess they're 28 millimeter. Are they bigger than 28s? They might be a little bit bigger than 28s. They might be 32s or something like that. But strip them down and repaint them. I think that would. I just don't need more repainting projects. I just don't need more repainting projects. But it's a decent enough game with the right people. It's fun. I had some good times playing it. There's a company called, I don't know what, I shouldn't say there's a company called because I don't know what they're called. But there's a company that makes paper terrain where you can make like buildings and stuff like that for like, and it all has like squares and stuff on it, so you can place it on it, and it's on they're I guess relatively inexpensive. It's like a print and play thing. I think that'd be the way to do it, to make it 3-dimensional, what have you. But I can't be into everything. We did play it quite a bit. It's one of those games where the rule book is just really weird and constantly changing, but I'm not really interested in playing it in a tournament or something like that. It would just be your own game and do theme stuff because you could theoretically do anybody against anybody, So that's a decent enough game. The figures look okay. I'm just wondering how they would hold paint because they're bendy. I don't like to paint things that are bendy. Makes me think I'm wasting my time. It's just going to crack off. I've seen some of the repaints, and they make me want to do them. I mean, they're really, really cool. It's just like everything else. The people you play with make all the difference. You play with the wrong folks, it could be the best game in the world. It's gonna suck. You know, you gotta deal with those pain in the ass people. So I've thought about that. I've thought about grabbing one and painting it. Not one of the ones I have. You know, one that, because some of the guys I have are set. I have to buy the whole set again. Well, I'm not sure if or when we're going to play it again. I like the concept of it. I just don't like the buy 12 packs and see what you get kind of thing. That's not really geared for people with my personality. You've been studying Middle Imperial Roman histories. Don't seem to know much details. Good morning, Joe. Sorry I wasn't able to help you on your question last night, but I was falling asleep. Your question was to what Book 2 army to do. You've got, shit. Let me think about that, and we'll talk on Monday. We'll talk on Monday. I swore you had Visigoths. That's probably a good thing you don't have them, because I need to do them at some point. Book 2 is my third favorite book. I'm going to be doing some Book 2 stuff here shortly. After this. You planning on making it on Monday? Also known as the day after tomorrow. Can't figure out why one of the most popular videos is the Road to Valhalla. I think I know why it is. I think it's the name Valhalla. A lot of people go on YouTube and they're looking for maybe help guides on that Assassin's Creed. There's a game called Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I bet a lot of people are clicking on it because of the Valhalla name, not necessarily that they're interested in DBA. That's the only thing that makes sense. Although there are a lot of people that are into Vikings, but I would say that Vikings are kind of like the Mongols. I don't think that are represented well in DBA, but for different reasons. I just don't think that many Vikings just sat up in a battle where there's like, okay, we're going to have other than something like Stamford Bridge, you don't have like, okay, we have this raiding party of Vikings. Well, how many are in here? 10,000 men. I'm like, no. Well, Vikings are pretty popular, kind of like pirates. Although I think Vikings are more interesting than pirates. I'm not a pirate fan. But God, it should be nice to get this guy done too. To get him done today. Now we can work on something different tomorrow. Well, it'd still be the same army, but it'd be something different. Yeah, maybe lighten it up a tiny little bit more in a few places. So I take it you're into comic books, Kevin. Otherwise, you wouldn't be going to a comic book show. Like there's a big show that they're always advertising here in Orlando called MegaCon, and it's basically that's what it is. It's a comic book show, and then I think you can like meet like actors and stuff and have pictures taken with. I'm just not much of a groupie. Numidians probably least number figures. You don't want to do Numidians because everybody has them. I mean, you could do them if you want, but that'd be the whole reason not to do them is. I think Joe was kind of looking like, hey, who can I do that's cool and nobody has? I mean, that was my suggestion I was going to do is, who's really cool that nobody has? I would really like the Numidians if they look different. I just don't think they look very interesting. None of them have headgear. First whammy. I don't mind that they look rusty and rustic and they have animals type shields and stuff. I think that's actually a good thing. But everybody bareheaded with, just doesn't interest me. And everybody has them already. Irish by a different name. My Irish army is one of those quick butterfly type armies. All right, let's give this guy another thing. You have thousands of comics. Stan Lee was my hero. Now here's a stupid question. Did he do any of the drawing in it? I really don't know. Stan Lee was your hero. Okay, so you like Marvel stuff then, right? Because he was only... I really don't know much about comics. I can't be into everything. I never got into them. I'd be afraid if I got into them, though. I wouldn't want to open them. I'd be worried about them getting damaged, because they're kind of... The paper that they're on is kind of frail, For lack of a better word, it's not very... You got to be careful. Was Stan Lee an alright guy? I mean, was he involved in shit he shouldn't have been involved in? Hopefully he was a good guy. I honestly don't know anything about him. Other than his cameos in the movies. He seems like he was alright. Maybe he was cooler as an old dude. I don't have any heroes. It always seems like somebody's got some kind of dark side. Actually, I got one hero. That's my favorite sculptor. And I don't know about his dark side. I don't even know what he looks like. So if I find out he's got a dark side, he's out. You're out of here. You're no good no more. You're no good to me. You're no good to me, dirty. If Sarmatians which have not seen anyone with. They're a good ally for the Dacians. I'd suggest do the Dacians, Joe, but I want to do them at some point, so. You got first pick, man. You're going to get to them before I do. They would definitely be, Parthians wouldn't be bad either. Although Parthians are pretty cool, except if they run into, if they lose terrain, somebody could create some terrain for them that's really unfriendly. I'm interested in just about every army, so that's probably not a very limiting characteristic. You know, if you're going to build an army based on something I'm not interested in, you'd have to stick to something like mound builders or some shit like that I got no interest in. The reason I'm not interested in them is because they're not a very interesting army composition, so you probably don't want to do them. I want to do some barbarian armies from the end of book 2. I want to do some Franks and guys that just look not very appealing. You know, like a bunch of war bands with striped shirts and shit like that just look stupid, but then, you know, make them look cool. You know, I think that's my challenge. My challenge is to use figures that nobody loves and armies that don't look very interesting and make them look interesting. Not just make up shit. Not like, you know, make them purple and plaid and stuff like that when they didn't have that. But to take what we know about them and make them look interesting. I think that's my my challenge. That was certainly my challenge to do with the Irish, and I think at least in my opinion, I was really happy with how that turned out. So it was very empowering to take something an army that's overlooked, that maybe looks very mundane, and give them some panache. So, Huns, Huns are another army that I have a shitload of Huns figures, and I think they look extremely boring, and I think when I'm done with them, they're not going to look extremely boring, and stuff like that. I'm into that. I'm into making things that often get overlooked. All right, and you gotta have the tips of the arrows, and I have a hard time doing tips of arrows in any color other than white. It just doesn't seem right for me. White just pops out nicely. Your people don't seem to do steppe armies or a new world. I'm not particularly interested in the new world. The Aztecs have already been done. The problem with steppe armies is I just don't think DBA is well suited for light horse. I just don't think light horse is represented well in steppes. That's not going to keep me from doing it. If I could snap my fingers and the Huns would be done, we would build some historical scenarios and we can make whatever rules you want for them. And then they would, act accordingly. But, if you take a battle with, say, like the Huns against somebody who's not the Huns, it's going to turn into basically, the old cartoon with Sylvester and the kangaroo. It's exactly like that. Like, stand still. The kangaroo's bouncing all over the place, and, he wants them to stand still. That's basically what it turns into, which is okay, but just realize that it's going to be that kind of a battle. But I do have Mongols to do. I keep threatening Mitch with doing them. The problem with doing a steppe army like that is it's going to get my juices going. And the next thing you know, I'm not going to be happy with how they play in DVA. And I'm going to want to tinker with rules. And I really don't want to go there because that could be a point of no return. I don't like to play with house rules because whatever house rules you make, they're going to seem better to you than the regular rules. Okay. Maybe not to everybody, but they're going to seem better to you. And then you're going to find yourself in a situation where you're not going to be able to use them. You're not going to be able to use them, and then you're going to feel like you're being disenfranchised. And I don't want that sour taste in my mouth. That's the only reason why. And to use an army that is mostly light horsemen that shoot bows, like these guys, in a standard, they just don't behave. They just don't act correctly. It wouldn't take a lot of tinkering, but, you know, I just don't want to go there. That's going to distract me from getting things painted. And this is what's therapeutic. Work on rules, and believe it or not, playing games isn't necessarily therapeutic. That's fun. But most people don't have step armies. But I got a bunch of those the old gladiator Huns and stuff. I think they would mix well with some forged in battle and make a really cool looking step army. But so I just don't think that they play very... You're not going to be making the kind of decisions as you should be making with them. But it'd be an opportunity to try some stuff out. One at a time, not add a bunch of things, but just throw them on there one at a time. First thing I would do is, and just see how it plays. You know, here's your threat zone, right? Here's your threat zone of a unit. And do I have a unit around here? I do. Let's get my Indian horde here. So this is your threat zone, and the sides don't count, but the back does. First thing I would do is make it so that the back doesn't count. So if you have a light horse and you encounter someone, say a spearman, or say a Saloy. I don't have a light horse stand, but we'll just pretend this is a light horse stand. So say you go into combat, you can choose to recoil 30. Again, pretend this is a light horse stand. 30 or 40, right? So you can choose to recoil 30 and still lock the unit down, or recoil 40 and not be locked down by either one. So if they decide to attack you, and on your turn you recoil back, now you're not locked down, now you can phase and go somewhere else on your turn. Obviously you still need the pips to be able to do it, but just try that and see how that works. You know, in a historical battle, you know, like we're gonna do whatever the hell that battle is with the Huns, Chalon, okay, or some other battle with the Huns, and just see how just that alone plays. You know, and you're not changing anything else other than that, and go about it in that direction. But I will probably do the Huns before I do the Mongols, just because I think the enemies that the Huns fight are going to give them a better battle than the ones that the Mongols fight. So I think the way to do that is to do it in scenarios, not to do it in a battle that you play with everything, because then the next thing you know, you've got to remember which rules you're using and which ones you're not, and it just gets too complicated. So no, my people do not do the step armies. Nobody's people do the step armies. They're not very interesting looking. I would make them interesting looking. You can, but they're very bland looking. I didn't pull enough of that color out. You know, and the reason to do the historical battles is then you don't have to have 12 on 12. You could have 14 Huns or 15 Huns versus 12 of somebody else, or even 10. Battles don't have to be balanced. They just have to give you the kind of the represent the situations and choices that the commanders had to make in them. They don't have to be fair, you know. Have each side play one side each, and then compare scores how everybody did, you know. That's why I've kind of gone over to the, let me paint all the options for an army, because you never know what I'm going to need to use them in. Okay. I'm going to take a short bathroom break, and we will be right back. Mish has Scythian. He does. Ish. Kind of. He's morphed him out of lots of different things. All right. We'll be right back in a few minutes. Okay, and we're back. There are some of the armies from the Black Sea area I don't see represented much. Black Sea Greeks are interesting. If Mitch didn't have the army, I would have built the Pontic one already, I think. Because I've read a whole book on Mithridates. And it looks like an interesting army. And you combine it from a bunch of different things. And they lose a lot. So I find that appealing. Because I can always do better. Like, no wonder I lost. The real guy lost all the time. What are you talking about? All right. We're going to do kind of a brownish hat on this one. Let's see. Let's get a unsavory looking brown color. This yucky one. Green brown. Yuck. Well, the least represented armies completely used to be Asian armies. But we're fans of them. Although I have noticed ever since my blockade on Red China has happened, I don't do very well with their armies. Oh well, I guess I'm just not going to win with them again. But they're really cool. Worst thing about the Asian armies is their flags. You'd think they'd have the coolest flags. Nope. Their flags suck. They really, really do, unfortunately. All right, let's take, unfortunately, how did we get paint on the back side of this? I don't like any shit on my table. This tries to minimize all that stuff. I clean it about once a year. I take one of those Mr. Clean wipey things and takes all that paint off. Not that there's that much, but you know, there's a speck here and a speck there just from what happens. Problem with steppe armies is they have, for the most part, no heavy foot. Now, you can probably find an exemption like the Uyghurs. The Uyghurs, I think, can have 3 spear. Some of those Central Asian city-states are actually pretty badass armies. But for the most part, steppe armies don't have any heavy foot. And any meaning 3 or more stands of them, you know, quarter of the army. I had all the, prior to the 3.0 change, I had all the figures lined up to do Shia. I had every intention to build a Shia army, and then it changed dramatically. And I just haven't put them back together again, but they're a steppe army, and they used to have something along the lines of a knight general, 2 other knights, 3 light horse, 3 blade, 3 bow, something like that. A Saloy. A great freaking army. I don't mind light horse as long as they don't have to fight bowmen. As long as they don't have to fight bowmen. They could do okay against heavy foot because they can just play keep away and shit like that. But bowmen, you just can't deal with bowmen. So, which is funny because in earlier versions of DBA, or maybe it was just the DBA online version, but when light horse get doubled by bows, by shooting they flee. They don't pick up. So that might be an interesting side rule in historical games. Like I said, just for scenarios. I don't want to change the rules, because that's a slippery slope. And the next thing you know, you get used to playing the game a different way than the game is, and you can't play with anybody other than the people in your group. And not really in that point anymore. Now, one of the strong suits about this rule set is that everybody knows how to play the same game. So you just show up and start rolling dice and moving your fingers around. Not like, well, which version do you play? That's really annoying and a waste of time. You're interested in Bosporus Kingdom. DBA covers too large a time period for that army. Thracians, Greeks, Sarmatians, Influence, and Roman. Thracians. Not too many people do Thracians. Speaking of not too much of a big period of time, how about the Alans? The Alans are like 500 BC to like 1500 or some shit like that. What I want to know is how the hell they arrived that the African Vandal army is all knights. I don't doubt that their army was all knights, but it wasn't 12 elements strong. They had to have some kind of allies or peasants or hordes or something. There's just nothing written about them. So you got to probably extrapolate that. All right. Yeah, I think the Parthians would be cool. I can't remember if Mitch has Parthians or not. They certainly make some cool figures for Parthians. Cataphract camels. It's all fun and games with the camels until they like to spit at you. Then it's a bad day. Three viewers. Kind of low today. Oh. What are you going to do? make it a little bit different. Let's yeah. Let's just grab another color for the base. Don't want to use bright colors too often. Bright colors cost freaking money, man. You fancy shit. You just start putting out some coin for fancy shit. These guys were well to do. They wouldn't be fighting for the Byzantines. I don't know, Joe left us. He might just be sitting in the corner. It's all right. People can join. Just listen. I get it. For those of you guys listening, you do realize I have no idea who the hell's on here. I have no way of finding out if people are here unless you guys speak up. So that pretty much goes for everybody's channel. So if you go on some channels like, man, why hasn't anybody said good morning or anything to me? We don't know who you are. We're not being rude. We're just, we don't know you're there. So that wasn't my idea of calling anybody out. I'm just saying, there's no way of us knowing. I wish it did. I wish it said, would say whoever was listening to him, because then, I could give him a shout out or something, but feel free to be a lurker. Could be visitors for the people that are watching me from the Imperial Federal Government. Yeah, well, you're kind of a waste of time to come here. I'm not here to say outlandish stuff. Okay, do we have a red cloth on any of these guys? We don't. Well, this guy's about to have it, because the red would go nicely and make this guy pop. Let's do that. Let's do that. Dirk, you're just here painting yourself. Watched a friend's Parthian army in action today. Who'd they fight, Dirk? Into body painting. Depends on the body, right? And there's other reds I can do. Like there's this red right here, but we're gonna save this stuff for Persians and shit like that. Look at this. Rosy. Can't go crazy. You can't be like, there's a company that actually paints really well. I don't know if they're still in a business or not, but they used to be just before the whole COVID thing. They used to put a lot of stuff on eBay called Dragon Painting Service, and they're out of Hong Kong. And I think their painting style is pretty cool. However, they like using these bold colors all the time. You can't have purple in every freaking army. It doesn't look right to me. You can't have pink in every single army. It doesn't look right to me. So the way that they did their painting, I think works really well. I didn't always approve of their color choices. You got to use those expensive colors sparingly to make them look convincing, in my opinion. Well, that's my opinion. You want to paint your whole army purple, by all means, but that's going to be a lot of coin to dress up peasants in purple clothing, So one of my favorite things of painting is figuring out what figures I'm going to use, what poses in each stand, and what palette to use for the painting. The actual doing it, I just think is kind of mindless. And I've done it so many times, but picking out the palette, like what colors to use, what type of colors, what colors not to use, I love that stuff. And I don't have any regrets. I don't have any regrets there. I painted an arm. Like, man, I wish I would have done a different type of scheme or whatever. Parthians versus Middle Imperial Romans this morning. Then Classical Lydians in the afternoon. He said he was painting himself, yeah. Start from the feet up, I would imagine. Don't paint the bottoms of your feet. Just guessing. So speaking of painting yourself, I was looking up. I'd seen pictures before of some Gallic tribe that painted themselves blue and fought naked. And I'm like, I gotta build those guys, because the jokes just write themselves, right? So what I can figure out is, I don't know that if it was, it may have been somebody's painting of their figures, which may have been done inaccurately. But I can find Gauls that fought naked. Lots of examples. There's a tribe called the Gesate, however you say them, that apparently fought naked. And there's guys that painted themselves blue, but those are pretty much Britons. So I don't know if there's overlap. I mean, I know that they're kissing cousins, you know, the ancient British and the Gauls. And I don't know if there's overlap there. But that's all I could find out on those two things. So in the process of doing that, I come across something that some city in the UK where they did several years ago. They got like, I don't know, thousands of people to paint themselves like 3 different shades of blue or something like that, like a dark blue, an aquamarine or something like that. And they went and did art. They sat around and, big piles of naked people painting blue. And I'm like, what kind of drugs makes you do that? Just... completely, like, Goldfinger style, but blue. Actually, the girl in Goldfinger had a bikini on, so sans bikini. Is it that boring in the old country where people have to do things like that for the thrill? But anyways, that's what bottom of the feet. I think they didn't paint the bottom of the feet. You leave footprints everywhere then. The things you find on the internet, you look for A and you find B. I just want to do it because, man, the jokes would just write themselves. Just imagine a whole tribe of like naked folks painted blue. So anyways, the Naked Warriors, the Gesati, that was apparently a tribe that was that would be considered the fast war band. Although, to be honest with you, if I'm running around without any clothes on, I'm not going to move at full speed. You know what I'm saying? Because, you could trip and fall and, that would be bad. And one of the things that I read is they went naked so they wouldn't get stuck into the sticky bushes. Their clothes wouldn't get caught in the sticky bushes. Yeah, but what else gets caught in that? That's worse. That's worse. All right, we're not going to highlight this red with white. We're going to do yellow because I don't want it to pale out. I'll do a compromise. I'll do a pale yellow. I'll do this misnamed color called golden yellow. Pastel yellow than anything else. Golden to me seems like it wouldn't be pastel at all. And it's alright that it's a little watery. Let's put this back. We don't really have much use of a yellow sitting around here for very long. Gesati means spearman. Okay. Well, They were counting. They were carrying spears, all right. I've given up on Latin completely. Figured, oh, okay, I speak Spanish. Latin should be easy. Pfft. Wrong again. It's worse. Helps with Italian, not Latin. Now, I don't want to put stripes on this cloth because he's already got stripes on his clothes, so. Make it look like I've run out of ideas. Yeah. And you get this couple little bags. We'll do that pretty yellow, which, that yellowish tan color. I think it's the same color as the bow, but I'm going to add a different one just for variety. I'm going to add something that's, let's use this lighter color. Oh, I hate when that happens. You get one bottle and it gets turned vertical and it blocks everything else. But I didn't want to buy one of those places to put all the paints that has individual holes because you can't see the colors really well. And they were too expensive. They come down in price some, but when I put this thing together, they're just too expensive. And by putting this thing together, let me show you what I'm talking about here. You know, it's just actually, it's a desktop organizer that's meant to sit on the top of your desk with this part sitting like this. So it's almost sitting like it. What the hell just happened? I just knocked my guy down? Oh well. Almost like a cheese wedge. And, you know, that's what it's meant to be for. And I've just kind of turned it vertically and, you know, I just organize things by color so I can find them easily. All right, now let's see what kind of damage I did to my own guy. And that's with super glue. He fell off his stand, so. There's always fumbles. Where'd he go? Jeez, he's all the way down here, and the stand flew across the room. Yeah, that's what he was with super glue. All right. Let's see what we did. Yep, the top of his helmet, the top of his hat. Let's glue this joker down. I don't think what if I use the stickum stuff now? Is it gonna hold? Let's give that a shot, because I don't really want to wait for him to dry. No, I may regret this. Unedited chaos here. I don't want to really squeeze on the top of them and get more shit to come off. So unlike Essex, these stands are actually really good. And the Essex stands are very minimalist sometimes, and you have a hard time balancing the guys on when you're gluing them down and stuff. All right. Berserkers were known to go sans clothing. That's just stupid. that's the guys who'd have more clothes on, not less. All right. Got like a little tuft here. Let's repaint that in black. And the horse chipped up a little bit there. That must have been where it landed. Those two spots. Well, I can tell you that's only happened. This may be only the third time that's ever happened. So I got carried away talking about how my paints were organized. I knocked my figure down. But it's better than falling asleep while I'm painting, which is what happened last night. Just couldn't stay awake. And then I couldn't go to sleep. 7 viewers, people are awake. All right. Let's touch up his hat now. Well, we got that color here. Just for that, we're going to make the top of his hat a different color. Ha! Joke's on you, physics. And now he looks better than he did before. All right, where's my SS Camo Black? Is it this over here? Yeah. Good as new. All right. We make mistakes on this channel. It happens. All right. Is it about time for a coat? Yeah, I think so. Be right back. I was hoping to give Joe some ideas for an army. I don't know. Maybe his parole officer came by and locked his ass up. Book 2, huh? I don't know if it's your lighting or what, but your figures always look great to me. They look like shit in this light. It's great for me, but it just gets lost. You gotta look for the pictures of them online when they're done. Yeah, they're not representative of what they look like. And yeah, I don't paint super bright. You know, you can go to, when you seal them, they look more vivid. Yeah, the lighting is good, but it just, see, even just changing it like this, it adds. Yeah, they look great when they're done, but not in this lighting. Let's see. Well, this one's not done. Let's not even look at him. All right, where's the camera? There we go. Let's see if I can add a little bit more brightness to this. Yeah, so you can. It's really hard to get this thing right. And it's great light for painting, but I'm looking at it from the opposite direction. So they'll look great when they're, yeah, you can't even see the color differentiation on his hat there. Yeah. All right. Let's zoom back out. Book 2, huh? Well, Joe ain't listening, so there's no point in going through it. Here's my book. Is it down here? Nope. Is it over here? Yep. Joe, come back and we'll talk about book 2. We'll go through them all. I want to do a German army. One of those book 2 German armies. Yeah, they suck. I don't care. You know, I'm not going to use them in an open. I think it'd be interesting to make them look good. It would be interesting in making them look interesting. All right, so we need to do the straps on this horse. We need a light color. What have we used? Red. Obviously, we're not going to use red. And like a light gray. So let's do like a buff color for this one. Oh, I was going to do the bags. Well, this color would work okay for the strappings. Let's do this. Oh, this is, oh, how creative. It's called beige. Or beige. Or in German, beige. Caledonian. Do Caledonians. Nobody does Caledonians. I would do them, but I would do just about everybody. Except, you know, some army that they wouldn't make figures for and are boring. Like the first thing I can think of is Toltecs. Toltecs are like all blades, right? And nobody makes figures for them. It's like double whammy, you know? Ian Wright. Germans are all warband. They're mostly. Yeah, I don't care. A warband are fun. I just don't have any confidence in them getting the job done. That doesn't mean I'm not going to build armies that, you know. Like I love my Courage army, the one that's half knights and half warband. I hate knights in warband. I don't have any confidence in them. But I think they look super cool. Really happy with how that army turned out. I need to squeeze this in here more or we're going to have a problem. Just don't want to wait on the super glue to dry. And then super glue doesn't glue on other super glue worth a damn. So I actually would have rather if one of the guys that was completely done would have fallen on the ground because you know, I don't have to keep working on them, but there's our beige. All right, we're going to use black. Why not? Okay, these brushes are starting to go sideways. See if we can use this, or we need to retire this brush and use it for something else. Works for Ancient British. Everybody builds Ancient British. It's the most popular warband army. They're a lot more popular than Gauls. So there's no point in me building them. It's actually an army, without consulting any records, that does relatively well in competitions. For whatever reason, they just happen to. Ben Wadi. Have you seen the History Squad YouTube channel? I have not. It's run by Kevin Hicks, the Longbowman. He's got some fascinating stuff I might enjoy. Okay. All right, here's my homework assignment napkin and the History Squad. We will check it out. The History Squad. I don't know if I could subscribe. I need to get rid of some of my subscriptions. There's just some stuff that's just, I have way too many subscriptions. I don't watch any of that stuff. So we'll check them out. You know, I guess that's just human nature. Be subscribed to things, you watch them for a while, and then you just get tired. Like, who's the guys that do the video, the wargaming videos that are the best ones ever? And I don't mean me, because I'm just a stupid painter. I'm not a videographer. Little Wars. You know, some of their stuff's great, and some of their stuff's like, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to play with those guys every week. Maybe they're different in person. They do great videos, though. I'm spoiled by playing with people that we have way too much fun when we play. We have way too much fun. And I don't mind playing new rules. I just don't want to be the point man on them. Because getting shit wrong is really unsatisfying. Really unsatisfying. The History Squad. That's a good name. That's a good name for I don't know who the Longbowman. I guess he's well known. Is he kind of like the chieftain? I know who the chieftain is. The chieftain and the Longbowman. I don't understand why folks, not necessarily those two people that you just mentioned, but it just reminded me. I don't understand why folks don't use their real name. I mean, the only reason not to use a real name is if you're going to say controversial shit, which honestly I have no interest in doing. You know? I don't say things to get a rise out of folks. If you get a rise out of what I'm saying, well, then you haven't met me. Because I'm the same way in person. But I don't say things online or in a forum or I'm supposedly anonymous to cause trouble. I act the same way all the time. It's too difficult to pretend to be somebody you're not. So, at least for me, I don't really have much of a point in creating a handle. And then you have to explain to people, no, I'm the guy that goes by this. Oh, you know, when they meet you in person, I'm like, it's just too much trouble for me. But the History Squad's a good name. I also think it's way too much responsibility to try to come up with some nickname that you're going to go by, that you're going to be able to put up with your whole life. Like, what if you pick something, it sounds good now, and 10 years from now, you don't want to go by, you know, whatever it is. So just use your name, because you're stuck with that your whole life. I mean, unless you change your name, but, you know. History Squad's them peeps digging up England. The ones that found Richard in the parking lot, right? Something like that. Hicks was a resident living historian at a castle here in the UK. He's known for his archery. Interesting. My daughter did archery in, what grade was it? 6th? I want to say 6th. They donated some. Donated sounds like you got shitty ones, but no, they donated some bows and stuff from a local place and let the school use them for 1 year. The 1 year that they did that. I guess they didn't renew it after other years, but she got in on that and she kind of enjoyed that. I went with her a couple times to there's a local place where you can do it. I didn't have a clue, and I was actually surprised how accurate it was at certain ranges. I mean, it's not, you know, crazy accurate for, you know, a noob like me, but there's some ranges that I was better at it than, say, a pistol. And obviously at some ranges you're better off with a pistol, but just accuracy, like one shot kind of thing. It was kind of cool. Kind of cool to do. My daughter enjoyed it for a year that she did it. Didn't have to buy any equipment. It's not like you buy all this equipment and then never use it again. You go by Dirk the Fourth. Are you the Fourth? Because that's your name. That works. You're thinking of Time Team. God, that was a grand show. Yeah. What was the one show that I actually liked? Well, there's a couple of shows that I liked, but back when there was back when I watched shows, back when there was history on the History Channel. What was that one show that the one bald guy did? The guy that's off of, he's this I'm going to call him a historian, even though he may not be a historian. Maybe he's just a presenter. I can't remember what his name is, and he actually plays a cameo in The Patriot. He's an English guy, and I actually like him. He's I can't remember what his name is, and he's a little over the top in his delivery, but I liked it. Whatever show he did, where they showed people that had to fight using the tactics, it just kind of gave you another look at, another viewpoint of something else. I thought his show was pretty interesting. I tend to not like shows when they start mixing things up. There was a show here in the U.S., and maybe it was all over the world, but the people saw it all over the world. It was called, when they first came out with it, I thought it was a really cool show, because I'm not being a science person, and it's not that I'm anti-science. I'm just not interested in that. I can't be into everything, but I'm using that even more. Full name, Dirk Frederick Ernestus Hensius IV. Hence Dirk IV. Yeah. Okay. Use the alpha and the omega of that. Ernestus. 4 names. Or is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 if you include the 4th. So a show that I really liked when they first came out with it was called Mythbusters. I like Mythbusters a lot. And then they changed the format of it. And what they changed about the format of it is they still were going to do 3 experiments, but they started one and then got like 10% through and they switched to the second one, got 10% through that one, then switched to the third one. So they finished all at the same time, and that creates ADD. You know, that's like a day at work for me. You don't get to finish anything. You've already started 3 things and none are complete. That doesn't work for me. I'm like, I signed off on that. You know, and then some of the stuff that they did wasn't particularly interesting, but I liked the concept of that show. I just didn't like how they start a bunch of shit and then they don't finish stuff. You know. And I know why they do it, but it doesn't interest me. That I find it stressful and unfulfilling. That'd be like watching, Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, and something else at the same time, and watching them for like 15 minutes at a time, and then switching between them. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. The Boys, yeah. Stranger Things, The Boys, and Game of Thrones, and then watch them 15 minutes at a time and switch to the other one. I don't care for that. Well, it's because the audience gets bored and loses interest. Well, by caving in and creating a program that does that, all you're doing is now people are getting used to that even more. So that's just like those TikTok videos, those Vines. They're like freaking 30 seconds long. I'm like, man, make them longer or I'm not going to watch them. I don't really watch them anyways, but I'm just saying I don't do TikTok stuff. But, the videos are too short. They create ADD. Many times I've done, I've said, I don't have the time to finish this, so I'm not even going to get it started. And maybe that's just the way I operate, but it's really unsatisfying to not complete things. That's why I paint one figure at a time. Because I'll have something to show for it sooner. I've painted 16 figures at a time, and it freaking sucks until that last day when you finish everybody. But it's hard to find, at least for me, the energy to keep going. We need straps on his accoutrement. And I think this guy's done. Let's go grab Iraqi sand. Slightly different than these other ones. I'm going to put that on the shopping list too. This one's getting kind of low. We're running out of this color. We're in trouble. I don't want to order paints. And I've heard a rumor that they've changed some of the colors a little bit. That I'm not pleased with. One of my least favorite things about painting multiple figures at once is having to put the figure down and picking up a different one. It just creates fumble situations. I'd rather just rotate this thing and rotate this guy in my hand. Then pick up and put down a bunch of different times. But hey, that's what works for... That doesn't work for me. It may work for other people, and that's just fine. Now, if I'm painting a whole unit of, say, guys that have the similar shield, like if I'm painting, Roman auxiliary or legionnaires or something like that, yeah, I do all the shields at once, in sequence. If they're all going to look the same, if that's what the intent is. Especially if the shield's kind of complicated looking. Intricate. Alright, and we're just going to go with just a basic gray on these reins. Let's not even do anything complicated on it. And then we've got like socks to put on the horse and paint the mane and the tail, and we're done with this dude. So that's not so bad. Not bad for me. Uh-oh. You retracted your own message. Let's see. I see. So that's the difference between live chat and top chat. Live chat shows everything. Okay, well, that's what we want. All right. The black dried up already. Typical. It's always the first one to get done there. Mike Lode's World of Weapons. That name sounds familiar. Maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. All right, let's get socks for this horse. And for that, I would like to get the core color that I used here for the horse and white. And let's bring that up. have to check out that show. We'll see if I like it. I'm kind of, there's lots of stuff on the internet there. There's stuff that might not appeal to some people. There's some people that have a delivery that works for you, and then some people don't have a delivery that works for you. So we'll see. Did you get kicked off, or did you? I don't think I did. I'm still here. Still chugging along. Where's the stone gray color? Jeez, is it fumble morning? Jesus. Not on the black. That shit gets everywhere. Day of the fumble fuck. Turks look very Hunnish. Yep. With brighter clothes. Well, their faces don't look like Huns, but can't really see those. Huns wouldn't have any striped clothing, I don't think. These are not supposed to be rich, colorful guys. They're working as mercenaries for an enemy of them, so, Which there's a lot of that in this army. You got Normans, you got Turks. All right, we're going to call this guy done. Now there's 3. Yeah, they look like shit in this view. They're very washed off, very gray. It's the light is just too direct. Too direct. Okay. We got a dark brown, light brown, and mid brown. Gonna do black with this one. Always talk Turks and Huns related. Huns had warriors called Turkoman, or units called that. Did they? Well, I don't know. I don't know much about the Huns. Not yet, anyways. All right, time to take a little pee break. Be right back. Okay. The term Turkoman is more known as a breed of horses these days. You're right, yeah. They have those in, what's that video game? Red Dead Redemption? The second one, whatever the hell it is. I guess that's called the same thing. Oh, we got a limp camera. All right. 3 Turks done. Time to start on the 4th. Then I don't know what the hell we'll do next. God, the 8 bow stand. That's gonna take forever. And I think I'm gonna replace the spears on those guys. They'll all be painted the same way. Every guy will have the same shield. They have the same uniform. Probably red and blue uniform. Maybe the blue will be a light blue. Something like that. We'll figure it out when the time comes. I hate that those units cost it. The first one killed is an extra enemy killed. I think it's too much. I think if you're playing like 6 kills or something like that, that might be okay. But man, that doesn't encourage folks like me to put them in risky situations. I end up playing my whole goal in the game is like for you not to get a kill on that guy. I'd rather lose the game. I don't want to lose that guy. That's just too. I'd rather lose the game a different way than that, like that. Not my idea of a good time. Oh, I guess, pretty sure Joe disappeared. He came in, threw his grenade, and left. I'll catch up a little later on book 2 on some ideas for book 2. The problem with book 2 is there's a lot of armies in there, but just some that just aren't very colorful or whatever. Even though they'd be cool to use, just about every army is pretty cool to use, but. Some are more fun to paint than others. Just read that the horse is now extinct. That's one thing I can't tell the difference between. I'm not a horse person. I'm not a science person. What the hell are you? I'm a map guy. I can't tell the different species of the horse. I can't tell the difference between a freaking thoroughbred and an Arabian, and without taking a class on it or whatever, I can't look at these guys and go, I could tell a steppe pony. I'm like, okay, that's the wrong breed horse, or there's one guy that I follow on his I haven't watched his stuff in a little while, but he went on this big, I'm gonna call it a tirade, but he wasn't angry, but he did go on and on and on and on about how the horses that the Normans should use should be like ponies, and it just doesn't seem right. I don't know if it's accurate, but it just doesn't seem right to me. But, so build them as ponies, but, yeah, do what you want. Or make them fight better. Oh, you're talking about the 8 bows. They should defend better if they're being shot at by other shooters. They should. It should be one of those things. They don't have to shoot. They don't have to do more damage on the shot. But when they receive fire, they should get an extra +1 at least from other bowmen. I think that they're okay the way they fight against foot. I just don't think that they should be able to be more resilient when receiving bow fire. So, pictures kind of look like your llama horses. Pictures of Turkomans, pictures of those llama horses. Oh, you remember those? The ones that the Naismith conquistadors came with? They're unusable. They look like some kind of llama snuffleupagus looking. They're just downright wrong. Downright wrong. Okay, well, if this guy is going to have a black horse, then the clothes he's going to wear has to be pretty light in color for contrast. And I'm going to give this guy red brown-ish boots. And we're going to give him a striped thing, blanket that he's riding on, and we're going to do the stripes horizontally in the other direction. So let's pick a color that most of him is going to be in. It's got to be some kind of like buff-ish type color. What about this? What about this color here? I know this color isn't cover worth a shit. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. What color is this? Khaki. Oh, how creative. All right, we're gonna do this guy khaki. If we don't like how it looks, we'll just change it later. I don't think I'm gonna do blue. I want these guys to look kind of poor and impoverished. How am I doing? We have so little money, we have to fight for the Byzantines, our enemy. All right. Mixificate. We're actually not going to paint the horse much right now because he's not going to be that much different than just solid black. Now, we may not like how this looks. We might want to change it. Still got a tufty. Boy, this is a piece of lint or something. I want to get these guys done now. Now I'm like, I want to see what these guys look on the stand. I think they're gonna look great. Although painting those Normans made me want to paint more Norman shields. I'm just in it for the shields. And I got better Norman figures. I really do. I just decided like I'm gonna paint those old school Normans. They're all one piece castings. Mix them up so they don't all look the same. And you know, I've got Old Glory Normans that, in my opinion, are better looking. But I'm enjoying painting these not highly sought after castings. I don't want to call them bad castings. They're better than anything I could come up with. Well, I've also never sculpted, but it's just not my thing. But and I have lots of these older figures that nobody's wanted or were given to me or a combination of both, and I see no reason to throw them away or give them to somebody else who also won't do anything with them. Let's get them out there and let's make them look proud. At some point, you need to be happy with what you have and not keep buying other shit to. Just because they come out with something new. You have a thing for TTG. So my biggest gripe with them is a couple of the figures, and particularly the guy that ended up, the guy I painted last that has a dragon motif on his shield. And the reason he has it is because the boss wasn't so much in the way. I had a little bit more operating space to make it look like there's a dragon on there, or a serpent on there. Is his hand. His hand was just like a big glob. Big old blob. That was it. I actually like their horses. Their horses, I think, are the correct shape and the right poses. They were really good. The best thing about those figures was the base that they sit on is really big. Like, I think these guys actually have a pretty big base, considering the footprint of this horse is relatively small. I think they have a pretty big base, and it makes it easy to glue them down and then stay in place while your epoxy dries. You don't want to be like having to come back to it for like 5 minutes until you get enough, until the epoxy is dried enough for them to stand on their own. Whew. You have a thing for TTG. Who was the sculptor on them? Was it all the same guy that sculpted everything? The sculptors that always get forgotten. Nobody ever talks about them. My biggest gripe on figures, though, in other words, what determines whether or not I like a figure, or has a high reason why I like a figure or not, is the faces. You get guys with like weird faces with like weird big cheekbones that everybody in the entire army looks the same. It just makes them look really awkward, in my opinion. Okay, time for bed. It's night 30 in New Zealand. Night 30. Okay. This is far enough along. Let's go ahead and do the black horse. Bring it up all the way up where it needs to be. Just apply a new coat of black over those spots where the horse needs to be. I want to do a leather color for this guy's harnesses around. Let's just go ahead and do that. And the other colors can fall in line where it works in. Heck, we could probably use this color right here. We could probably use red leather for it. We will. It's funny, there's plenty of moisture down here that's coming up. I got extra moisture it up for it to stick. I had one that was actually really wrinkled up one time and I brought it back to life, but you know, with the ceiling fan going, it's it's been exposed to the world probably for about 5 hours now total. Let me go ahead and re-moisten this. See if this improves the situation some and get that one corner down. Move these painted Turks the hell out of the way. See if we can get this one corner down. We'll start there. This is about as saturated as I can get this thing. I'm not using my finger because my finger is bigger than the space that I have in between this and the edge. Okay. All right, we did put that color down. Well, I guess this is working better than it was before because I don't have to put my glasses on to interact with anybody. Gotta make it even bigger. Nope. This is as big as it's gonna get. So I just have to put my big head into the screen like this and be able to read what everybody's saying, but it keeps me from switching in and on and off into the glasses, so that's good. That was getting pretty time consuming and annoying. We're gonna need to go smaller than that. Let's take a look at something else. I got enough extra brushes here. Let's recruit another one. Let's recruit another one. And we've used this one before. Just for whatever reason, it's over here in the pile. One of my goals at Historicon this year is to pick up a Winsor & Newton brush. See what I think about it. I don't think I'm going to be impressed. But we'll see. Everybody keeps telling me how they're so good. They got to be better than good for to justify that price. So you know, if you need white also. Paint these little buckles or whatever the hell they happen to be. All right, next up, we're going to paint the bow in his face. Well, we've been able to last here a while. That's good. Better than last night. Better than last night, which sucked. That reminds me, I need to take a look at something. Let me take a look and see what the weather is going to be here. Let's close this down. Close this down. Let's go here. Come on. Thunderstorms possible after 2. Yeah. I ain't mowing today. Jesus. Florida's under attack from wetness. No, I ain't mowing today. I ain't worried about it. I'm not going to stop to mow now and not be able to get done. It's not like it's an activity I enjoy. It's just something that's got to be done. I would enjoy it more if it wasn't shot to shit in a week. You know? You could bust your ass and a week later it looks like you didn't do anything. Not a fan. Also not a fan of paying somebody to do it. Just think about how much you're paying that person and then how much you'd pay yourself. That's money you could be paying yourself. this is alive. How's that other flesh color? Yeah, we could bring it to life. All right, let's go ahead and paint his fleshy bits. Sometimes you just gotta paint fingers there that don't exist. Like nobody cast them on there. Nordic, welcome. Where were you last night? I fell asleep. I needed your assistance. I did finish one. I did finish a Turk guy, so it wasn't so bad. But yeah, I got on real early and only made it about 45 minutes, and I was just falling asleep. I was falling asleep and not enough interaction. Ah, it happens. I was without a wingman. And then I stopped painting and I was awake. So then I painted a little bit, not on video, and finished my Turk. The second one. But now this morning we've already finished a third. This is the fourth one. So we can be done with these guys once we're done with this one. You're making a steak by time on, you got really just signed off, yeah? Yeah, I made it as long as I could. I couldn't take it anymore. Go watch that video and realize how exciting I wasn't. Yeah, it's all right. It's all good. How exciting I wasn't. That's the day I'm the most tired, is Fridays anyways. Well, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to make him red boots. I'm not going to give him Moorish type boots. We're going to give him, what color is that? That's like a strap color. Let's not use that. Let's, I'm a little yellowish. Green ochre. Green ochre. Ochre. Oh, I hear a mixing ball in there. This is a color that's actually been replaced. And the interesting thing is the replacement looks totally different in the bottle, but I think when it comes out, it's damn near the same color. But it really scared me quite a bit. Let me see if I can find the new bottle of it. It should be towards the top. Should be and is are two different things though. It's pretty yellow looking. Here it is. So they look pretty different. It's even more noticeable in real life. This one looks a lot more yellow, but I think when they come out, they're the same color. So maybe the transparency of the bottle. Well, this bottle is pretty old, so yeah. Seemed to be out of energy. Video changed my sleep, so I was sleeping when you started the stream. Yeah, I was. I didn't want to make any coffee because the coffee. What happened is the previous night I was up till 11 and then couldn't go to sleep, so I was on my phone for about another hour, and I didn't get enough sleep on Thursday night, and it came back and haunted me on last night. It's all right. Stuff happens, right? I don't really have a time crunch to get these guys done. I want to get them done so I can start working on the next army. I don't even want to play them. I'm not even interested in playing these guys. I mean, it doesn't mean I'm not going to play them, but that's not the big push for me. The big push is to work on something different. Well, it's a good thing I didn't want to do the pre-feudal Scots because I wanted to get some figures from QRF. Had QRF moved from locations and they still don't have their full catalog up. They actually have a thing on there that they're actually offering 20% discount. The problem is it's till the end of June and all their feudal lines and stuff isn't up yet. So like, well, that doesn't do me any good. I don't want to buy any Paraguayan War troops, you know. I only want to get like 3 or 4 packs of them to supplement what I already have for the pre-feudal Scots. So I'm glad I didn't have my heart set on doing that, or I would have had a problem with them being available when I needed them to. Took out a couple books from the local library yesterday that would be of interest to you. Possibly one's an atlas of the Roman world with maps and such. The other was on the Punic Wars. I already know everything I need to know about that. You know, we did all those battles on the Punic Wars, and I'm like, I'm not going to build any of those armies. I mean, I already have the Roman one. What am I reading right now? Oh, I was reading I went through this video of this guy that did like he did it on the successors too. It was actually the first one that I saw. This guy that has a YouTube channel, and he did like a list thing. And I guess a lot of people use this same format. It's almost like a graph, and they list people and, you know, give them a grade, whether it's an F, D, C, B, A, and then an S if they're really good. And this guy did this on I've seen other people do it on like presidents and stuff like that. And this guy happened to do it on the successors. That's what caught my attention. And then he also did it on the Carthaginians and the Romans of the Second Punic War. And it was pretty interesting to listen to. Mainly from the standpoint of, I've already heard these people's names and just kind of, you know, wrap our head around all of it. It's pretty interesting. I was actually listening to it about a week ago while I was at the gym. And I've seen people do stuff like that, so. Could not find the name of a TTG sculptor, but looking at history, TTG was something major back in the day. When did they come out? In the early 80s? Something like that? Something like that in the early 80s? But Something like that. But anyways, I've seen these people do these lists before, and seen somebody else did it on presidents, and that stuff's all over the place. All that stuff is definitely skewed by however you feel about certain people, and I'm not really interested in politics. I'm not really interested in politics, period, and I'm even less interested in other people's politics because none of us are getting the full story. But I actually like these guys' video a lot till I realized he put some of his political stuff on there, and he's way over on the opposite end of where I would consider myself, and I'm like, all right, well, let's just pretend we didn't see that, and hopefully that doesn't affect how if he skewed the story at all. But he seemed to be pretty well balanced as far as things that happened 2,000 years ago. Oh, hold on one second. All right, I need to take a short break and make a phone call. I think I can pull this off. Let me see if I can pull this off. I'm about to do something I've never done before. This is an interesting color. Okay, this is, let's see if I can disconnect. All right, let's just do it this way. Let's take this phone and take all this crap off. All right, let's get off the network. Okay, and if you guys can hear me, the phone is frozen like that on purpose. So I'm gonna go make a phone call, and I'll be right back. All right, let's see if we can pull this off. Let's see if we did this successfully. Because I'm just using my phone as a camera. So doing everything backwards, let's just put the live. You should have a frozen camera. There we are. Let's go back on the network. Let's plug the phone in so we don't lose power. Let's go back on the network. And let's launch the camera app on the phone. This is actually good. Oh, I didn't have to even launch the other one. Bam, we're back. Well, that was pretty freaking easy. All right. Just rain all weekend. 70s. Nah, you guys are on a little bit of a delay. Just give it a little bit. It's like a 30-second delay or something like that. Let's I think it should catch up. Come on. Oh, I gotta do that. Yeah, it's on a 30-second delay, which is interesting because that means that the video is delayed, but the sound is not. Or maybe the sound is. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know how to change that delay. I wish there wasn't one, you know? So I don't know why there's one in there if it's, you know, for YouTube to be watching everything that we do, and if somebody decides to commit suicide or something like that on this channel, they can block it quickly. And I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning is behind it. Right, so this guy's got a saddlecloth. Hey, that's the magic word I couldn't think of the other day. Saddlecloth that he's riding on. And it's going to be striped. And we have a guy that's green. Let's use a different green. I'm just going to do a green saddlecloth. It's going to be striped. Let's use this dark green. See what this looks like. Yeah, that's the problem when I'm using this phone as a camera. I don't even know that a phone call is even coming in. I saw there was notifications, but after I woke it up, because it's completely black, I don't really see what's going on there. What's the plan for today? Get this guy done, and then I'll take a break. And goop him up. I don't know what unit we're gonna work on next. I don't want to get bogged down in that 8 bow. That's gonna take forever. And I'm not ready to do the Emperor yet. I don't want to do the Emperor's foot soldiers until the foot soldiers and the 8 bows are done. So I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I may pull out the cavalry and start adding their lances and find out exactly how many cavalry guys I need. Because I think I pulled out 4 in the commander. That's what I have on there. And I think I could actually stand having a couple more stands of them. Because this army is actually able to do play in an event that we're running called Mounted Mayhem. I had no idea. And that's, you have to have a minimum of 9 mounted elements. And I don't in their more ideal configuration. But they have a lot of units that can be substituted by cavalry. This is a very cavalry heavy force, and by cavalry I mean literally cavalry as opposed to knights or light horse. And once I found that out, I'm like, well, I gotta build them to be able to do mounted mayhem, because that's pretty handy to have it. I don't think I have a mounted mayhem capable army, you know, without morphing stuff. So I don't really mind painting more of the cavalry guys. They're all going to have the same shield pattern, all 3 of them. And, you know, it'd be an opportunity to paint more different shield patterns. So, you know, what's not to like about that? But we're not doing any of those shields with that stupid feather on them. I just think that looks dumb. I don't care if they used it or not. I don't care for it. Or the feather and claw. I'm not doing that shit. It looks dumb. You can do it in your army if you want. Not in my army, pal. Alright. Oh, this white is still alive. Barely. And I got to use some of these shield patterns for later Byzantines, as opposed to, like, you know, something around like Belisarian time period. So they're not as exciting looking as the earlier ones, but I still don't want to use that stupid claw. It just doesn't look right. Playing doing multiple streams? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna work. I'll try to stay on here as much as I can. How about that? Maybe I will go mow. Maybe I'll stop after it's time to seal these guys and go mow. I gotta get it over with anyway, so. It's the Sunday tomorrow of the car meet. I don't think I'm gonna go to it. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like washing my car in the middle of a frickin' rainy ass weekend. I'm not a fan of working for Mother Nature. And then, you know, like, oh, you know, the thing is, the reality is, as soon as I take my car to work, it goes to, you know, it gets all dusty as shit immediately on the first day. So there's not a huge incentive for me to do that, especially when it's going to be catching hell from rain and work. Just some stripes on there to kind of make things pop. Doing some thinking, I think I'll forego starting Alexander Army and go with the Punic Wars. Pyrrhic War, Etruscan League, and Samnite Wars. There was somebody I was coming across that makes Samnite figures in lots of different poses, and it was Donington. They make, for the regular solid auxilia, which are just 4 guys, they make, I think, 6 or 7 different figure poses. So I thought that was pretty cool. Instead of, you know, just have them all in one type of pose. I don't want to use something that's red leather because the straps on this guy is also red leather. So let's do a a really, we need to do a really light color scabbard for this guy. So I'm gonna get to the point where these guys are ready to be sealed. I'll go out and take them to spray, and then I'll go mow. And that'll give me a chance to catch up on that book I've been listening to, where the guy calls everybody Lysimachus, the mispronounced Diadochi book. Gets creative points for coming up with novel ways of calling people. Not sure if I'm going to go with established rules. Four stands, 50 by 50. If you're doing them 15s, that's a lot of figures. Of course, they'll look like pikemen. I don't want to spend that much time on one army. I'd rather paint different armies. But that's just me, you know. Let's do, let's do this guy a different color for his arrows go in. It's hard to base something for a set of rules you never played, you may not like. I don't know who's going to be next to who on what stands, so I need to make them varied enough that each guy could work with any of them. It's not like, well, this guy has to be on the same stand with the other one. You start backing yourself into a corner, then you run out of options when it's time to do that. I know Field of Glory, when it first came out, everybody was playing that, and then they quickly disappeared. I don't know anything about the rules. I've played it. I've played the online one a lot, quite a bit. I had to stop playing it because it was cutting into my painting time. There's things I like about it better than DBA, and there's things I like less about it than DBA. I don't like that it doesn't have a pip mechanism. You can basically I don't know if the actual tabletop rules are the same. I would imagine it would be similar, but I don't like the fact that you can move anybody every time you get a chance. I like that challenge of having to pick. You can only be able to move a certain amount of groups. And it doesn't seem like the computer rule. What doesn't seem like? No, it does. The computer rules don't have a general. They don't have where if you lose this guy, it's over, or you cost more. So I don't like that. Everything else about the game, I don't have a problem with it. It has more troop types. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. It's fine as a war game. All right, hat colors. They can do like a gray one in this guy. There's another guy that's gray, so I got to be careful. They may end up matched up against each other on the same stand, and then that's a pain in the ass I got to deal with. What about this bluish type gray? Let's do that. Color that I'll never know what it's called because I can't read it. Oh well, it's a color I don't use very often, so I probably won't have to rebuy it. Tournament games phase out. Yeah, they don't for me, but I use them for different. I just want to play with my own figures. That's the reason why the tournament works for me. I don't want to supply shit for both sides. I have to worry about people mistreating or ham-fisting my figures, and I have to repair them. And I do enough damage on my own to my figures. I don't need to put up with somebody else damaging my figures and then not be an asshole to them. That's why I like the tournament. Not for necessarily the tournament purpose. Because I've never played a tournament game before this, ever. I just want to be able to play with my own stuff that I painted. I don't want to go to a game and everything's already there for me. Somebody already bought the troops and stuff. It's like not an incentive for me to go and get my own. The only thing these guys all have in common is a little wrap around their little hat is all in white. And the bows are all the same color. Other than that, everything on was different. Let's see what we got here. Plan on fighting medieval French. Yeah, I don't know why I actually don't have that much of a problem with it. If it was a World War II game, I couldn't do, Russians versus Americans or some shit like that, or British versus Americans. But there aren't that many different nationality types there in that. But Romans versus medieval French doesn't bother me for some reason. I'd rather do historical stuff, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. All right, what do we got left? We got the straps around him. Those two little bags. What's this guy looking at next to these other guys? Yep. Uh-oh. Here, the problem I had, lack of gamers on air. I honestly feel like the aspect hobby for me is dead and buried a long time ago. Saw a post called the first black Roman emperor. They thought he was black just because he was born in Africa. He was half Punic Italian and his bust showed no black feet. You talking about Caracalla? Was it him or somebody else? Might be somebody else. Yeah, when playing Flames of War, I really didn't like it. One reason I stopped playing Flames of War, yeah. Looking for anything and everything to make histories inclusive and as woke as Kevin. Yep. There's a woke-free zone here. And I'm fine with doing shows and programming stuff on cultures that have been forgotten, that stuff hasn't been done on them before. I'm all for that. I look forward to the day when I build an African army. There's a couple manufacturers that make them, and they look really cool. The problem is to have such a backlog of other things, but that West Sudanese list is a really cool list, and I think Khorasan makes figures for them, and they look really neat. Yeah, so I'm not a fan of redesigning movies or redesigning comic book characters or whatever. I'm fine for, make other characters that, incorporate, other cultures and stuff that they've never done stuff with. But why change what's established? It just pisses people off. you know? I think I need to do like a mid-brown. Let's get that flat earth color out. That should be about right for the straps on this guy. Field of Glory. Field of Glory is the Games Workshop rules and the fact of the codex. But Field of Glory is the other author that helped Phil Barker with the Games Workshop stuff that split off from him and made his own stuff, and was really, I want to say 2000, and is before they had moved, probably around 2007, 2008, 2009. It was really popular at Historicon, and then it just kind of fizzled away, and I don't know why. Yeah, I think it is an Osprey thing. The books are too beautiful. They're too beautiful to be using in games. They just get like damage and shit like that using them. They're just way too nice. All right. Straps on the horse. I'm just going to use the same color for straps on the horse. There's no point in getting overly creative on something that I don't have a real strong opinion on one way or the other. This color is different enough from the other ones to work. Let's see here. Art de la Guerre is a reason Field of Glory fizzled. Interesting. Sad thing, I've seen Art de la Guerre games, and the game really is not better than Field of Glory. Discovered used to be a club here called Raw that played DBA, but they didn't paint their figures. Ew. Problem with historical gamers and tournaments, they tend to switch to the newest fad way too easy for certain gaming periods. Not me. I've been playing the same stupid thing for almost 20 years. But I don't like Art de la Guerre because I was going to buy a set of the rules, and somebody sent me a copy of the rules that they had found on the internet. So I looked them over, and I'm not going to spend money on them because it just seems like a ripoff of Phil Barker's work. And there's some things that I like in it. I don't like the fact that it's double-sized, but I think you can play a smaller version of it. But it doesn't fix my biggest gripe with DBA. So, I don't know if I got it in me to learn another set of rules or be the point man on them. I'm saving that energy for the time where it's like, F it, I'm making my own thing. It can draw from different sources unapologetically, and give credit to those different sources, and will be free. And you'll still need DBA 3.0 to make the Army list, unless they make a DBA 4.0. But I'm not ready to do that anytime soon. But I have no interest in rebasing these armies or a different scale or something like that. We'll still use this stuff. And it, in my opinion, will fix the stuff that I have a problem with it. But it'll be the same type of game, same size of game. I don't think I'm going to give this one socks because there's just too much light down here. There's lots of contrast and stuff on this figure. So let's get that stoner gray out again. Did I put it away? Stone. I'm going to rewrite stone on it because it's fading, and if I forget what color this is, well, I could use another color that's similar, but I've been happy with this one. Oh, this is the bastard that fell in the black. Jumped out of my hand and fell in the black. Let's put it back in there before it causes any more turmoil. Oh, there he is. You're up before 10 on a Saturday. I slept into 5:38. That's what you're thinking. Borrow things from games I like and give credit to the authors and not worry about the rules and such. I think that's the right way forward, Nordic. Finally escaped the shopping cart. Yeah, I needed you last night, man. I needed you last night. I was falling asleep. I did. Well, I stayed up too late the previous day, so yeah, it happens. It's all good. We're almost done with this last Turk, so almost time to sign off. Oh, man. I can't wait to put these guys on a stand. Actually, I need to stay on here until I goop these guys. Then the goop, that's just dead time. That way we can finish them tonight. Well, we need to do the horse mane, but other than that, this guy is done. I've seen the animated Hunchback of Notre Dame. I think once. You remind me of the old man who gets freed from the cage only to trip and fall into another. Should come back after the lawn mowing. Yeah, but I don't want to start the lawn mowing until I've put the goop on these guys, because that's going to take 5 hours at least for it to dry, and I'd rather that be during the lawn mowing time, if that makes any sense. I just don't know when the storm's coming. Whatever. Mother Nature can suck it. I'll go do it when I'm good and ready. Yeah! I got grass that grows relatively slow. I do need to do that. I don't want to pay somebody to do it. Rick, you mow your own grass or you pay somebody to do it? I don't want to pay the going rate for it. It's not that I'm cheap, it's that I didn't get that money when I was a kid. I got paid $5 to mow a lawn when I was a kid. I'll give you double 10. We paid 70. Screw you. I'll do it myself, bastard. That's big money, man. Now, we need something with some color. Bags with some colored bags. How about? Yeah. Let's do some burnt cadmium red. Or cadmium red. Warhammer Ancient Battles is what I was thinking of. Doesn't ring a bell. It makes Warhammer Battles in a bad game. I had fun playing it when I did. Never played it. Yep, you mow your own. Perfect. Yeah. It's, where you live, it shouldn't grow very much. I don't enjoy doing it. It's not that I don't enjoy doing it. It's just that you have to redo it too soon after you did it. Maybe that makes sense. It's like painting figures and then a week later you got to paint them again. I'm like, no. Yeah, I don't want to pay somebody $30 an hour to mow my lawn. F that. You pay yourself to do that, you know, and not spending money. And they always seem to tear shit up too. Oh, I ran into this. Oh, I did this. And dude, be more careful. Well, they're trying to freaking mow your lawn, which is, you know, I got a pretty small yard. With an airplane. I mean, you know, use a freaking push mower. That's what I use. I mean, self-propelled push mower, but. Mowed my grass on Wednesday. I hate mowing because I'm allergic to grass. I have to immediately shower afterwards. Not looking forward to this upcoming week. We have maybe one day isn't going to have a heat index of 100 plus. Might as well too small and take too long. Hour plus, do front back. It's the mowing doesn't take that long. It's all the other crap, fighting with the cords and shit like that. Hold on 1 second. Where the hell was I? Science is very terrible. I don't have a really problem, but I've noticed when I mow, yeah, I end up feel like I got stuff I've breathed in. You're done in about 15 minutes. Jeez. HOA does your lawn. What do they tear up? I lived in a condo before. The idea sounds great until you need something repaired, and then it's a freaking pain in the ass. I think this guy's done. We're gonna need to spray these guys. Let's look at these 4 clowns. We got to spray. Let them sit for about at least 30 minutes. Then brush paint. Let that sit another 30 minutes. And then we can goop. It's gonna look like shit it's gonna look like shit for you guys in the camera. I know already. What, I got a frozen camera? Alright, let's see if we can burp this thing. Let's bring this back up. I think I figured out how to burp this thing last time. Let's see what's going on here. At least you can still hear me. Seems like it. Let's go ahead and leave the network. Sign back on. Bring the cam app up. I did get back on the network, didn't I? Yep. Okay. Bring this cam app up. Do the start. Here I am. And it's working again. Perfect. All right. Good. We've progressed. Okay, these guys look great. You guys aren't going to see it, but they look good. They look good. See, maybe if I turn it around from the direction I'm seeing it. Let's get the lighting how I'm seeing the light. Yeah, it looks, they don't look that gray. Something about it, I don't know what it is. It's the imperfections of the technology or whatever, but yeah. Okay, well. That's what we got. I lose the power cord. I need to go to the garage, spray these guys, and I will come back. Although the spray I'm using now stinks, literally. It does not smell, well, none of them smell good. But the Testra's Model Master, I got used to the smell of that one. I didn't mind that one as much. Not that I'm sitting there huffing it or whatever. And that wasn't a kid. I'm going to put these colors away while I'm thinking about it. That wasn't even a thing when I was a kid. Just go have a beer. Just go smuggle a beer or something like that. Freaking huffy, poisonous fumes, man. Never occurred to me. All right, let me go get my clipboard and take these guys outside. Spray them. And we'll start working on something else. Something that's not these guys. Be right back. All right. So, let's take a look at these 8 bowmen. I should say the 4 bowmen and the 4 spearmen. Move them off to the side. Let's take a look at the cavalry. I gotta find where the hell they are. And there'll be an opportunity to put some of this shit away. Let's go ahead and do that. Put some of these brushes away. The less critical ones. If I don't put this stuff away between stuff, I'll go nuts. I'll go nuts finding stuff. Like it's right there in front of me and I can't see because I have to look past 12 other things. And I'm not a neat freak. I just don't like going crazy. I need more reasons to go crazy. Alright, what are these guys? These are Cilician Armenians. Don't need that. That's where we pulled the spearmen from the Armenians from. Need that. Need that. What's in this bag here? Okay, here's some of the cavalry that I haven't decided who goes on what. These guys are... Who the hell are these guys? I'm not sure. This is... I thought I picked them out, who they were. That's something different. Okay, this is Cilician cavalry. Okay, so what the hell are these guys? Those look like the Byzantine guys. That may be the Byzantine guys I picked out already. I thought I had done all this stuff. Alright, these are Cumans. I'm not going to mess with this stuff right now. Let's just put them in this. The stuff that we definitely know are not part of it. Alright, the rest of the stuff. Rest of the stuff should be in this container. Some other stuff we fell in. What's in here? Is there cavalry in here? Light horse here, but that's going to be for the Comnenian guys. Not worried about them right now. What's in this bag? What's in this big old bag? Pull this stuff out. I know we hadn't decided what archers were what horses we were going to use. All right. But all right, let's move these 8 bow out of the way. These 2 Turkish light horse we never used because we used the Cuman guys for that. All right, let's see what we've got in here. We probably have something that's a multiple of 3. Oh, I already drilled them out. Well, looky here. That was awesome. All right, 1, 2. Here's the general. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So this is 5. This is 4 plus a general. Let's see. Am I going to need to get 3 more? Let's take a look at the army list. I want to do them definitely for Mounted Mayhem. So let's look at the Constantinian list. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Okay. Mounted Mayhem, I definitely have to have 4 cavalry because that's in the core army. And 1 light horse. That's a total of 5 units. The Normans, that's the 6th one. Another Norman, that's the 7th one. And then I take a horse archer instead of the 8 bow. That's the 8th one. And if I do either a cavalry general or an extra cavalry that would take the place of the artillery piece, I would get the 9th one I need. So I've got to either do a general as the 5th cavalry or do yet another cavalry plus the general. And well, then I could use the command post. All right, so let me look at the Comnenian and see if I need as many as 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 max in the first list. 1, 2. 2 in the second one. Sounds like I need to do the general on 4. Unless I've got many more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I've got an extra guy in here somewhere. All right, so let's put these guys in groups. Put these guys in groups. These 2 are the same pose. These 2 are the same pose. These are all the same pose because these are the Elaine 2-layer figures. This guy's, I believe, the guy that we're gonna put a flag on him because he's the one that's different. This is the same pose. So is that one. There's this one. So is this one. And then here's the one that's different. Okay, I got an extra one. I couldn't decide which one of these 2 guys is going to be the general. So only one of these 2 guys is going to get used. And he's different, so I'm going to put him on the command stand. And let's just, for argument's sake, say this guy is going to be another one there. Then one stand is going to look like, these will be on 2 different stands. I need to lay out like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This guy goes with him, this guy goes with him. This guy goes here, this guy goes here. And then we have a 3rd guy there, a 3rd guy there. And these 2 guys are repeats, but it's almost like it's set up for a 5th stand. No, this is the same pose. We don't want to do that if we can get away with it. These 2 are different. All right, so we need a pose that is neither one of these 2 in these 3 stands here. I bet I have it. bet I have it. All right, let me see if something's been written. Oh dear God. Everything blue here is apply. Going crazy is quite fun. Sudoku 2 for PS1. I have no idea what that is. Skyrim's really close to edging it out. I play it nearly daily. You like Rome 2? I can't play it for very long anymore. I play it for like 30 minutes. I'm done. The spears are handmade from pins. I cut them out. I cut them down. Yeah, I don't have a PlayStation. I'm an Xbox guy, so any of those things that are specific for that, I understand. All right, so let's take a look at what we have else for riders. The other riders are in here. So we've got this guy with a round shield. We're not going to use him. This guy's like a commander, but lame. We're not going to use him. He's a foot. He's got a standard, has a standard. This guy's all right. We just have to put a different spear on him. And then we've got these other figures from the Black Hat. Oh, here's another one. Here's another guy that's similar to those. Okay, so here's a, all right, so here's a candidate. You have to take his spear off. Command, nope. Nope, nope. Oh, I've got some of these guys that are shooting a bow. They'd be all right. I mean, these guys are armed with bows. And as long as I don't use them for a guy that's a knight figure, that way I don't have to drill out more of these things. I really wasn't looking forward to doing that. How many more bow guys would I need? 3, 1, 2. Am I one dude short? I mean, I have other guys. I just don't want really chop them up right now. That takes time. I need one here, one here, one here to do all 3 of them. Because these guys are already drilled. This is the extra guy I had. It was this one. Take a look at something. Let me take a look at something. This guy's the, I think the guy we're going to use is the standard bearer. Because he was different. What if we use this guy as the standard bearer? He already has it. That's what he's supposed to be in the original army. We just need to close his hand in a little bit. Okay. He can be the standard bearer. move this guy to a regular roll on one of these stands, and then we put the 2 shooters there. This guy has a cape. So does he. Right. He doesn't. I think that's what we're going to go with. Even though this guy's shield is different. It would have worked better on the command stand. It's either that or chop another guy up. All right, regardless, let's get some bags out. To sort this stuff out so we don't have to go through this again. Bag of bags. You just gotta notice someone posted a question on the DBA page of Facebook. For the first time? Maybe you changed your settings. What I hate is when they ask a question and they describe the situation instead of sending a picture. I'm not answering those anymore. Because you end up, it's like a role-playing game. You think A is going on and it's really B. Just what you envision. I'm not doing that anymore. I end up giving people the wrong answer based on what I think that they're describing. All these slippery bastards are just all over the place. Guess you're not the only one that does that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to do that anymore. You just end up going around in circles. No, what I meant was just send me a freaking picture, man. That's what's great about Facebook. You can post a picture on there, easy, describing the situation. Use counters, draw it out or whatever. 1, 2, 3. And 3 little spears. Okay. Next. I'm going to paint these guys in batches of 3. 1, 2, 3, and 3 little spears. They're already filed down. One, two, 3, and 3 little guys. Now it gets different here. One, 2, 3, and only 2 spears. Because one's got a bow out. One, 2, 3, and 2 spears. And the command. I don't have one for the banner, and I don't have one for the other guy there. But that's fine. It's on the commander. He's the last one getting done anyways. Do him last. I could just put a banner guy that has a small banner. I'm not going to use that guy with a banner for the whole freaking army. Nix that guy. And then have another one that has a really large banner. All right, let's just put him in the same one for the time being. If I do that, if I do the small banner and a large banner, then I will not need to cut another spear to that smaller size. I won't need to because it'll be bigger. All right, horses. All right, so all of this stuff here can go away. Except maybe that one. Maybe this horse too. I should have a shit ton of horses somewhere. All right. Put all these guys here that didn't make the cut for now. Oh, is there two different poses of that one? Let's do the one. Let's just put them both there. Regular spearmen. These are earlier Byzantines. That's the bowmen. Skirmishers or something. Here's the horses that we're talking about. So the dilemma I have with the horses is with the half-armored types. So I could see the general possibly using one that just has the big cloth on it. Maybe could see him using that. The emperor definitely has one that's cloth. That's this guy right here. Okay, that's the emperor of the Constantinian one, anyways. All right, so let's see what we're dealing with count-wise. So we've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. So we need 18 horses. So let's see what we're dealing with. And these are these half-armored horses are gorgeous. I love the eye protector things that they have around them. All right. So we've got quite a few of them, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's enough to do 4 complete stands with them all by themselves. That's a lot more than I thought I was going to have. That's a lot. And these... Well, how many have to be knights in the last one? Are there any of those lists that use both? And I think the answer is no in the Komnenen. The aid list can have Latinicon, but that's a three knight. I would just use Normans as them, a stand in Normans. The general can be either way, okay, but that's the general. No. The A list is cavalry only, and the B list is knights only. All right, so I'm not going to make two stands that look knight-like and the other. I'd rather just mix up the armored horses in between them. All right. Weird horse pose. Almost looks dog-like. Doesn't mean we have to use them. These are Elaine two-layer horses. All right. So the two guys that are shooting bows, this is one pack. The other pack is here. We're going to put them on a horse, on one of these horses. We'll keep the two with the little etchings on them for the light horse in case we need them. God, I don't really like this. I don't really like this horse pose. We'll use it anyways. That way they're different. Okay, one there, one there. And the other ones, which one's the general? This one over here. What if we did 3 armored horses in the general one? And the other ones can each have 1 for sure. And a non-armored horse for sure. And then this one's set, this is set. This one has one of those, so we could give him one of this. One of these. We'll just do 1 armored horse and all the other ones. So we have 3 armored horses in the command, and all the other ones will have 1 armored horse and 2 that are unarmored. That could just make them all unarmored. And that would be all right too. And that would probably look better for the earlier Constantinian. Shit, I gotta decide here. If I do that, I need to supply 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. And I only have 1, 2, 3, 4. We could use one of these. Five more horses. Only half armored anyways. Since by 7. Tactics. Demonstrate how to make the spears real quick if I don't mind. So you just take a pin and you just take your snips like this. Snip it where you want it. And then you take your metal file and file both ends. Done. It's that simple. But I like using pins because I like that it has a little bit of a taper. I don't want to use a piece of wire that doesn't have anything. This question is, how many units can you put in a BUA? 1. I'm going to have to think about this. I'm going to have to think about this, and I'll come up with the right decision. So let's just, for the time being, do this, and then leave these open. I guess we're working on the 8 spear. Actually, we're going to go grab those stands, and what size pins do I use? Ones that are no bigger than I need to, because whatever you cut off is wasted. So in the case of, I think they're 1 1/4. That's my bag of pins. It depends what you're trying to do. This doesn't work for pikemen, but for spearmen, I want a spear that's about 8 foot long. So I end up using something like this. Just go to Joann's Fabric. You'll be the only dude there. These are 1 1/16", and they come with a nice little box, which eventually, if I ever use them, I'll have a nice little box. And I just snipped the very end off. This is like for spearmen. For the lance guys, I think I had to use longer ones, so I want them a little longer. So I used, I bought these again, even though I didn't need them. I used, I want to say these. These might even be longer still. Oh, they got little hearts on the bottom. Who gives a shit? Cut them off. And these are 1 1/2. No, 2 1/8. Yeah, 2 1/8 inch, which was freaking metric. That's complicated. Or they also have some of these longer ones you can use. You know, these things are super cheap. And it's even better if they come in a little container that you can repurpose for something else. But I mean, this is like, and they actually aren't made in China, and they're super cheap. So just because it's cheap doesn't mean it's made in China. There's cheap stuff. The cheapest paint I have isn't made in China. So let's take a look at these spears and see if I'm in fact going to replace them or not. Because I'm going to put them in the back row. So they need to fit on a 40 by 40 stand. The back row is going to have the spearmen. So I could visualize them. They're going to be like this. And the boom is going to be to the front. And I'm not going to replace them. I think they're out of harm's way. If you put them in the front, you got to worry about them fitting people, and it just ends up looking like a spear stand that, I don't know, maybe I don't have to decide that yet. I'm not gonna replace them. They're just a little soft, but I'm not gonna replace them. That's what we're gonna work on. And we're gonna go ahead and do the spearmen first. All 4. But we're going to go grab those figures that are drying out there. It should be dry. We can go ahead and give them the top coat. So I will be right back. I'm going to buy a steel brush yesterday, saw it was made in China, and panned it. Found another one that wasn't. There you go. Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. Just make them in Taiwan, man, or Thailand, or anywhere else. Let's see what these guys look like. Now these guys only have a gloss coat on them. I don't know how long you're supposed to wait, but I certainly don't wait long enough. Not this. Wait 24 hours for them to dry. Not this guy. That sounds like a Tiger tank. The soundtrack from Battle of the Bulge. All right. So these look, they already look better, but they're glossy. So that's not going to fly. So we're going to get our dull coat top coat. You have so many minifig horse figures. If it's the second iteration of minifigs, so in other words, not the strip minifigs, I like them. I actually didn't know about strip minifigs. They're well before my time. But the standard minifigs, I guess they came out in the 80s or whatever, I like those. I really do. I like the style they're done in. So let's find one of these brushes that we only use for this. Because this is going to be, this is nasty stuff. And one thing I got to be careful of, there is stuff floating around in here, and it's probably dry particulate stuff. And I don't want any of that on the figure, because if it does, then it gets baked on there, and then I've got this little white spot, and I'm wondering where the hell it came from. And I can tell you that from experience that it's happened to me. So I'm trying to be mindful of what I'm putting on. You can put this stuff on here super thick. This dries pretty fast, so as soon as it becomes tacky, if you end up going over it, you'll actually peel the bottom paint off. So I don't want to do that. I'd rather put too much than not enough. And yeah, it's freaking colors. The colors just come out, and they're probably, you can't see them probably in the video, but they're spectacularly different looking. I don't know what it is. And these in particular are figures that I'm going to have to paint the brown on the basing before I glue them on the stand. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to reach them. At least the bottom color. This takes a little longer to dry, especially as thick as I've put it on there. And that's it, just let those jokers dry. Oh, what did we had a earthquake here? see too good. There we go. So let these guys draw. Have I ever tried Vallejo matte and gloss coat products? I haven't, because they're water based. I want something a little bit stronger. That's the only reason why. All right. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and call it. We've been on here for almost 5 hours, and we will be back this evening maybe to do the goop. We'll let these Turks dry, but in the morning we're definitely going to be working on the 8 bow stand. So thanks for stopping by, folks, and